change the audio so that the wood stream shuts up. Hang on a second. Gotta click this button here and go back over here and then click this button, and this button. Okay, it should be good now. How you doing?
Good. Doing good. Just getting my lemon water here.
Lemon water. Well, sir. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on a second. I got to turn my thing off.
No, it was me actually.
Oh,
I
okay.
had this thing turned on, so I put my tablet on so I can read it
Uh-huh.
because it's bigger print.
Yeah,
Were you needing a reader?
I do. Yeah. Are you in the mood?
Yeah, we're rocking and rolling, baby.
Yeah. Let's go. David
So that
Watson.
thing, that little thing on the side there, Ace, is there a
Uh-huh.
way to move that out of the way? That
Yes,
little box. There's like a little box down in the right hand corner there of
it's
people or something.
gone. It's gone.
Okay. Uh, hey JG, who cares if every man will have praise from God? What does free will have to do with it?
What a crazy headline. What's this all about?
Yeah. 1 Corinthians 4:5, King
Mm-hmm.
James Version. Judge nothing before the time, and then shall every man have praise of God.
Mm.
Luscious. 1 Corinthians 4:5, King James Version. Therefore, judge nothing before the time until the Lord come, who both will bring to light the hidden things of darkness and will make manifest the counsels of the hearts.
Mm.
And then, here's the part that I love this, and then shall every man have praise of God.
Mm.
Aw, isn't that precious?
Mm-hmm.
First, 1 Corinthians 4:5, Concordant Literal New Translation Version. So that be not judging anything before the season, till the Lord should be coming, who will also illuminate the hidden things of darkness and manifest the counsels of the hearts. And then applause will be coming to each one from God.
Shocking, huh?
Yeah, that's kind of like the speechless.
Mm-hmm.
The God who made you will glorify you. Rejoice. 1 Corinthians 15:53. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. We all, we all shall be changed. Verse 51. The died ones will be roused incorruptible.
Wow. Not the Christians will be roused incorruptible. Not the believers will be roused incorruptible. You have to be dead, and then you'll be roused incorruptible. Well, that's easy because we is all prone to death and dying, you know. I forgot to take my vitamins. I forgot to wear my seatbelt. Oh my God. I got a blister on my foot that's infected. Oh my God. Got to chop my leg off. Oh my God. I'm on the way to death, and it looks like it's going to hurry itself up here. The died ones will be roused incorruptible. Cool.
Now, thanks be to God who is giving us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ.
I know. What
First,
is that? Look at that word is. Somehow it got to be in yellow highlight, as if God is doing something. Where's the free will in this verse? No, all I see is God is doing something. God is giving us the victory. We don't get it ourselves or invent it ourselves or do it ourselves. No, this is the doings of God. Mm, 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 mm. Have you ever heard of the doings of God? I don't think JG and Eric and Tim Smith, and I don't think they've heard of the doings of God, but it's kind of like a topic. Yeah, it's a topic. I mean, because they're all interested in their own doings. Look what I can do. I can jump off the couch onto the floor. I can go to the toilet and wipe my own butt. I am so special. Look what I can do. Man, I tell you, these guys, they got no use for God. They don't care about the doings of God. They're interested in their own doings. I'm
so,
sorry, but yeah, I just couldn't help but
no,
raise that.
I love that. Very
Yeah.
true. In process, they forget that maybe.
Yeah.
Tuesday, July. Oh my God, this year is flying by like shit through a goose, baby. July 1st, 2025, 6:05 a.m. 78 degrees now, 99 later. Rain tomorrow. Well, well. Yesterday, dear one, we got a visit from the eggshell police. Whoa, I like this. The egg. I am the egg man. I am the walrus. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The eggshell police sergeant. What? That's hard to keep a straight face reading this shit, man. Wanted to make sure we were all walking on the eggshells of free will and eternal consequences of moral responsibility and, and nothing else mattered. Get it? Here's the plot. I presented the glory. I presented the glorious message of 1 Corinthians 4:5, and the part where Paul and Paul says, "Judge nothing before the time, for every man will have praise from God." Now, I don't know how one can miss the point of the 1 Corinthians 4:5, but somehow, some way, JG missed the whole dang point. It's like the words on the screen were invisible to him. The point of the whole sentence is this: every man will have praise from God. The message of Sergeant H. Sorry. I'm sorry. Sergeant Eggshells is this: all will not have will not have praise from God unless you deserve praise from God, because it makes no sense to me that God would be thrilled with that which he himself created. Now
Read that again.
I know, I just thought that too. The message from Sergeant Eggshells is this: all will not have praise from God unless you deserve praise from God, because it makes no sense to me that God would be thrilled with that which he himself created. Now I admit that there's not much creativity in man. It's notable that the scriptures, when the word creator or creative or create is used, it's always in reference to God. Man, I guess, doesn't deserve the word create, creative, or creator in the same sentence. Weird, huh? So JG and his morality police come along with a yardstick and a sour puss and scolds everyone into feeling guilty for not doing the right thing. Now get this. Every man will have praise from God.
Wow.
Get this. Michelangelo spent 3 or 4 years creating the David statue. And don't you think he was proud of it when he was done? David will have praise from Michelangelo. And those who adore the statue don't know whether to praise the statue or its creator. Look at that. It's beautiful. It is the instant off the cuff comment. Michelangelo is a genius. A great artist is the more thoughtful, mature comment. Did the statue create itself? Is it praiseworthy? Does man create itself with its amazing and awesome free will? Does man make itself praiseworthy with its amazing and awesome free will? Okay, let's give JG a break. Let's say man has a will that is entirely independent and free of the Creator's influence and responsibility.
Oh my God. Read that sentence again.
Okay, let's give JG a break. Let's say man has a will that is entirely independent and free of the Creator's influence and responsibility. And let's say,
My God,
huh?
this should stop presses. Actually, stop presses. We got to change the whole discussion. I mean, what did somebody say that the human will is free of the Creator's influence and responsibility? Did someone dare suggest it? That's crazy talk.
Totally nuts. And let's say when Paul says, judge nothing before the time, that Paul knows the only way to judge nothing before the time is with your own so-called free will. That God will not, in fact, help you or hinder you in judging nothing before the time. Wow. Okay, and with this awesome free will, man somehow judges nothing before the time, with that result in all men having praise from
You know what?
God.
That's wrong. Will that result? That's what I should have said.
I was just thinking that. That's fucking bizarre.
Will that result in all men? Okay, go ahead.
will that result? Wait a minute. You got to change that with to will.
I already did.
Why is
It
it not
just
showing up on my screen?
because it takes a while for it to show up.
Oh, okay. Oh, you mean I gotta wait? Oh God, Ace.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kidding.
It's almost instant, but
Ah, but will that result in all men having praise from God, or is something else going on here? Let's say some men judge nothing before the time, and others do judge before the time. Will man's half-assed response impede somehow God's grand purpose of completing and perfecting creation to the point to where God himself gives praise to every man? Can man create an impediment to God's operation? Such a laughable question. Man creates nothing. Only God is the creator. God creates. We are but creatures. So JG can't see the end of the sentence. He can't see that every man will have praise from God. Why, why can't he see that? It's right there at the end of the 39-word sentence. It's the sentence.
what?
It's right there at the end of the 39-word sentence. It's the sentence too
Oh wait,
long for Jake.
I should. That's a typo. Hang on. All right, now try it.
Why can't he see that? It's right there at the end of the 39-word sentence. It's the sentence too long for Jake.
Is the sentence?
Is the sentence.
I
No, it
changed it
says
already.
if.
It'll catch
Oh,
up to
okay.
you.
It's okay. That's right. There it went. Is the sentence too long for JG to comprehend? Should Paul have communicated in shorter sentences? That's funny. Okay, let's break it up into shorter component parts. 1 Corinthians 4:5. Judge nothing before the time. The Lord will bring to light the hidden things of darkness. The Lord will make manifest the counsels of the hearts. Then shall every man have praise from God.
Wow.
Perfect.
Okay.
Now even the old eggshell police sergeant can ride along with us in grasping this great and glorious prophecy of God, that every man will have praise from God.
What a prophecy. Screw Daniel 9. Let's have it this way. Every man will have praise from God.
But what about my free will? Says the Christian limitarian. The limitarian says God owes him an apology if God does indeed save all. You see, the reason God owes the limitarian, gonna move it up, Ace. Christian, you see, the reason God owes the limitarian Christian an apology is that the limitarian could have sinned a whole lot more. But he was keeping himself pure and expects God to reward him for such good behavior. Oh, isn't that special?
Mm-hmm.
Does man have a so-called free will? Does this free will help or hinder God's grand operation?
Hmm. Hmm. I don't want to answer that question. I don't like the answer that it suggests. Give me a different question. I need a different question. Go ahead.
The phrase free will does not show up in Paul's writings, nor in the New Testament at all. But what does show up are verses like these. It is not of him who that willeth, but of God, the merciful. Romans 9:16. God is operating all things after the counsel of his own will. Ephesians 1:11. If Sergeant Eggshells is right, we all have a will that is not and cannot be dependent on God or influenced by God. So what? Will the prophecy stick? Will every man have praise from God? I say yes and amen. Glorious grace to you. 7:21 a.m. God is a wonderful creator. He makes things just right. Michelangelo was okay with his 3-year rock project, but just wait, as I say, but just wait
Oh,
until
yeah, yeah,
God,
yeah. Uh-huh. Got it. Go ahead.
but just wait until God is finished. Oh my. Creation subjected to vanity against its will be perfect as he is perfect. Check out Romans 8:20, 21, Ephesians 1:10, Colossians 1:20, 1 Corinthians 15:28, Romans 5:18, and Romans 11:36. Rejoice, saints, you have every reason to. The ACE Theological Repair Station, ACO Night Watchman, Grace. Nice.
Yeah, let's see if we can make sense of what Taylor wrote here. Let me bump it up in size for you. All right, go ahead.
Side note from Taylor. I thought about what he said last night. The reason God and others exhort.
Let's see. The reason God and others, that would be plural, right? Go ahead.
Okay. Side note from Taylor. I thought about what he said last night. The reason God and others exhort, even when he can't find
Free will.
free will or choices, is fourfold. Number one, we are made to experience good and evil as sentient beings. JG conflates being one who can have experiences with autonomy. One can be sentient and have no autonomy, such as child,
A child, such as a child.
such as a child. And we are all perpetual children of God. Number
Wow.
two,
That's a beautiful thought, huh?
perpetual children.
We are all perpetual children.
Perpetual.
Yeah. With
We
emphasis on pet.
pet. Yeah. Two, we are displaying right
And wrong.
and wrong for the celestials to learn. So there has to be a contrast.
Mm-hmm. I get that one.
3, God is setting up the stage to display his dual glory.
Wow, what is that? That's cool.
His mercy to vessels, I think it's vessels, is that right?
Plural, right?
Vessels
Yeah.
of honor. Yeah.
Okay.
Vessels of honor, and his power in the vessels of dishonor. Again, there has to be a contrast.
Period needs a period. Okay, go ahead.
And 4, God gives usually few the ability to make the right choice so that the power is of God and not man's ability. When we are asked to make choices, it's usually so God can humble and cast down, 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 and down. Man's ability, if most humans free will chose, what does it say? Man's
Um,
ability.
let me
If
see.
most humans free will choice, yeah.
If in, could that be it? If in most humans free will choose to do the right thing, then glory be to the human choice and ability, not to God. Okay, so I think I get the idea. Let me see if I can clean up the sentence structure here. If in most humans, if in most humans, no, how about have? Okay, screw that. If most humans have free will choice, that would go. Now it makes sense, I think. Go ahead. Try that.
Man's ability. If in most humans
No,
free
I've
will
changed.
choice.
Wait till it catches up to you.
Okay.
Oh, wait, she corrected it here. If, let's see, it's if most humans free willingly choose to do the right thing, THIN, thin. I love it. All right, so if most humans have free will, if, let's see, if most humans free willingly choose, all right, let's change it to her comment here. If most humans free willingly get rid of that and get rid of this. If most humans free willingly choose to do the right thing. Okay, got it. Thank you, Taylor.
So if most humans free willingly choose to do the right thing, then glory be to human choice and ability, not God. Now it's time to give God his dues as the deity. If he wants his power demonstrated, you got to change the
On.
spelling on that. Yeah,
Got it.
yeah. Demonstrated, and humans' ability cast down, he will ensure few achieve it, and only achieve it via the power of his Holy Spirit. We never
Period.
say, yeah, period. We never say the don't,
They don't. That would be
they
they don't.
don't, they don't have will. That's a good point. Yeah, because everybody screws that one up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're saying we don't have a will? Good. Whatever. We say they don't have free will.
Have
We,
free will. So we'll put that in quotes.
yeah, it's not free of causation, baby.
Okay.
We never say they don't have a will. We say they don't have free will. We are sentient, just
Sentient.
not sentient. I don't even know how to pronounce that shit.
Sentient.
We are sentient.
Right. And it's we.
We are
We.
we
We.
we sentient.
No, you pronounce it we. WE
Oh,
is we.
right.
Right.
We are sentient.
We. We.
I just said we, Ace. Fuck, fucking, I don't know what the messing
Oh
with
my
me.
god.
We are sentient, just not autonomous. There is little to do. No, little. There is little to do. There is little to nothing that originates from us that would qualify us as autonomous, aside from evil, as continually stated in Scripture. Amen.
That's as far as I got.
That was a nice little side note.
Yeah. I love the part where I corrected you on how to pronounce we.
Yeah.
Not we. We. Not we. We.
Whatever.
10 little piggies lying in bed.
I'm going to be
We.
corrected all the days of my life, Ace, so I might as well
Uh-huh.
start now. I'll be shown how wrong I've been about everything, and then I'll have praise from God.
Yes, there we go. Now we're going. Now we're headed in the right direction.
See what I'm saying?
Uh,
So it's all good, baby.
so,
Oh,
judge nothing before the time. Well, what if you do judge something before the time? And that's what JG typically does. That's what the eggshell police do. They judge everything before the time. They throw out a bunch of eggshells. They say, "All right, march on these eggshells. Let's see if you can keep from breaking them." Ah, you broke one, sucker! Hold out your hand. We get to slap your hand. You're going to eternal hell if you don't watch it.
and then he ups it to, no, I want you to dance on the eggshells.
Mhm. Well, sir, how was your coffee?
I'm still drinking my water right now. I'm going to get
Yeah.
there. Yeah. I was just thinking about it. It's a beautiful essay, Ace. I liked it. I think Frank wants to come in and talk about himself.
Oh, well, hit that StreamYard link, Mr. Frank. Who is he?
Stall Cup. He's been in here a few times. I don't know much about him.
Hey, it's Bill. He can hit the StreamYard link. Do it, Bill. And let's see. Let me scroll backwards and see what Frank says. Not very far backwards, but let's capture at least one of his comments. Stall cup. Of course, no need to confess according to will the sin of perdition. Oh my God. Do I really want to talk to that guy? He sounds like he's with the eggshell police.
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. Because then he could come in and explain the eggshell lifestyle. I'm kind of curious how to get around those eggshells and
Right, yeah.
tap dance a jig.
Do you walk across the eggshell barefoot, or do you put on some steel toe boots and clomp through? Boldly
Yeah.
busting up eggshells.
Unless they bring in, then they want to bring in the ostrich eggshells. They're a little thicker,
Mm.
so you gotta have a harder shoe so you crush them fucking things.
Mm.
Hello.
Say, hello, Tommy, the saint of saints.
Yeah. Good morning, Tommy.
Thank you. Thank you. Is JG here yet?
Oh, he came and left already.
Oh, well.
Have you met him before?
Have I met JG?
Yeah.
Virtually.
Uh-huh. He
Uh-huh.
seems to have something like an attitude or something.
Yeah. JG is harassed by his objective feeling conscience.
Oh.
Yeah, it drives him very hard. Very hard.
Mm-hmm.
He complains a lot about my feelings.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and he's, a victim of my feelings.
Really? That's kind of sweet, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. I think it's quite common, actually.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You want to read? You want to read the letter because it's kind of partly addressed to him, but mostly addressed to us.
Oh, if you insist, by all means.
Yes, sir.
Hey, JG, who cares if every man will have praise from God? What does free will have to do with it? 1 Corinthians 4:5, KJB. Judge nothing before the time, and then shall every man have praise of God. 1 Corinthians 4:5, KJV. Therefore, judge nothing before the time until the Lord come, who both will bring to light the hidden things of darkness that scares JG and will make manifest the counsels of the heart. And then every man shall have praise of God.
Hmm.
1 Corinthians 4:5, concordant, literal, New Testament. So, yes.
I'm just I'm fascinated. I'm hanging on every word. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that be not judging anything before the season till the Lord should be coming, who will also illuminate the hidden things of darkness and manifest the counsels of the heart. And then applause will be coming to each one from God.
Wow.
The God who made you, JG, will glorify you. Rejoice. In 1 Corinthians 15:53, for this corruptible must put on incorruption will, and this mortal must put on immortality. Quote, we all shall be changed. Verse 51. The died ones will be roused incorruptible. Verse 52. Now thanks be to God who is giving us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. Verse 57. Tuesday, July 1st, 2025 AD, 6:06 a.m., 78 now, 99 later, rain tomorrow, if we live. Well, yesterday, dear one, we got a visit from the Eggshell Police. The Eggshell Police sergeant, an officer, wanted to make sure we were all walking on the eggshells, the rhetorical eggshells of free will and eternal consequences of moral responsibility. Welcome, Will. And nothing else mattered. Get it? Here's the plot. I presented the glorious message of 1 Corinthians 4:6, the part where Paul says, judge nothing before the time, for every man will have praise from God. Now, I don't know. Oh, here's an ignorance claim. Now, I don't know how one can miss the point of 1 Corinthians 4:5, but somehow, some way, our beloved JG missed the whole dang point. It's like the words on the screen were invisible to him. The point of the whole sentence is this: every man will have praise from God, including Will Freeman. The message from Sergeant Eggshells is this: all, yes?
Go ahead.
All will not have praise from God unless you deserve praise from God, because it makes no sense at all to me unless you endorse objective morality itself, that God would be thrilled with that which he himself created. Now, I admit that there is not much creativity in man. It's notable that in the scriptures, when the word creator or creative or create is used, it's always in reference to God. Man, I guess, doesn't deserve the word create, creative, or creator in the same sentence. Weird, huh? Notable. So, JG and his morality police come along with a yardstick and a sourpuss and scolds everyone into feeling guilty for not doing the right thing. Now get this: every man will have praise from God. Get this: Michelangelo spent 3 or 4 years creating that David statue. And don't you think he was proud of it when he was done? David will have praise from Michelangelo. And those who adore the statue don't know whether to praise the statue or its creator. Look at that. It's beautiful. Is the instant, off the cuff comment. Michelangelo is a genius, a great artist, is the more thoughtful, mature comment. Did the statue create itself? Is it praiseworthy? Does man create itself with its amusing and awesome free will? Does man make itself praiseworthy with its amazing and awesome free will? Okay, let's give JG a break. Let's say man has a will a qualified semi-free will that is entirely independent and somewhat qualified free of the Creator's influence and responsibility. And let's say when Paul says, judge nothing before the time, that Paul knows the only way to judge nothing before the time is with your own so-called free will. Okay, let's say all that's true. That God will not, in fact, help you or hinder you in judging nothing before the time. Okay. And with this awesome free will, man somehow judges nothing before the time. Will that result in all men having praise from God? Or is something else going on here, such as the will of God? The purpose of God. Let's say some men judge nothing before the time, and others do judge before the time. Will man's half-assed response impede somehow God's grand purpose of completing and perfecting creation to the point to where God himself gives praise to every man? Can man create an impediment to God's operation? I hope not. Such a laughable question. Man creates nothing. Only God is the creator. God creates. We are but creatures. So, JG can't see the end of the sentence. He can't see that every man will have praise from God. Why can't he see that? Fear.
That's funny. That's funny, Tommy. When you said we are but creatures, just break that down in parentheses. We are but creatures.
Yes.
Yeah, but. Yeah, but. Yeah, sorry. Didn't mean to interject.
I was told that my butt was not the only center of the universe. So, JG can't see the end of the sentence. He can't see that every man will hear the praise, will have praise from God. Why can't he hear and see that? It's right there at the end of the 39-word sentence. Wow, you counted the words. How about that? Is the sentence too long for JT to comprehend, or is it too early in his development? Should Paul have communicated in shorter sentences? You think? Okay, let's break it up into shorter component parts. 1 Corinthians 4:5, judge nothing before the time. The Lord will bring to light the hidden things of darkness. The Lord will make manifest the counsels of the heart. Then shall every man have praise of God. Perfect. Now even the old eggshell police sergeant can ride along with us in grasping this great and glorious prophecy of God that every man will have praise from God, and even some of our women also. But what about my free will, says the so-called Christian limitarian. The limitarians say that God owes him an apology if God does indeed save all. You see, the reason God owes the limitarian Christians an apology is because they didn't get laid. No, you see, the reason God owes the limitarian Christian an apology is that the limitarian could have sinned a whole lot more, but he was keeping himself pure and expects God to reward him for such good behavior. Hey, Housey. Does man have a so-called free will? Does this free will help or hinder God's grand operation? The phrase free will does not show up in Paul's writings, nor in the New Testament at all. But what does show up are verses like these. It is not of him that willeth, but of God, the merciful. And the plans of man are many, but the Lord's will prevails. God is operating all things after the counsel of his own will, Ephesians 1:11. If Sergeant Eggshells, who has a St. Tomia version, is right, and we all have a will that is not and cannot be dependent on God, that would be upon God. But anyway, dependent on God or influenced by God, so what? Will the prophecy stick? Will every man have praise from God? I say yes and amen. Glorious grace to you, 7:21 a.m. God is a wonderful creator. He makes things just right. Michelangelo was okay with his 3-year rock project, but just wait until God is finished. Oh my, creation is subjected to vanity against its will. Will be made perfect as he is perfect. Check it out. Romans 8:20-21, Ephesians 1:10, Colossians 1:20. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Sorry, I got a phone call. Check it out. Romans 8:20-21, Ephesians 1:10, Colossians 1:20, 1 Corinthians 15:28, Romans 5:18, and Romans 11:36. That's called Bible thumping. Yep. Rejoice, saints. You have every reason to. Son, the Ace Theological Repair Station, HTO, Night Watchman, Grace. 9.1, brother.
Hey, Tommy. So you know the mind and the inclinations of the free will egg sergeant police, right? So let me ask you a question. Should we pray to God that he would strengthen our free will, or that he would dampen our free will? What would be a proper prayer?
Strengthen. Yeah.
Strengthen our free will?
Yeah.
Okay. So our free will would be stronger so we can accomplish more, right?
Precisely. Predestined good works. Yes. Strengthen our will, Lord. Yes.
Well, how would that fit in with this prayer that says, not my will, but thine be done?
Oh, you've discovered a conundrum in fatalism and determinism. Oh, my.
Not my will, but thine be done. By the way, oh Lord, Heavenly Father, strengthen my will. It's just not strong enough yet. I'm ashamed of my will. It's just not strong enough. Could you strengthen it? But what would that strength accomplish?
Well, there are predestined good works. You've heard about those, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you'll work it out, though. I'm confident between you and the Holy Spirit, you will overcome the conundrums of fatalism. Yes.
Really?
Even today. Yes.
Mm.
Now,
sir,
I understand you don't believe there are any. I understand that. Yes. But nonetheless, you ask questions. But anyway, go ahead.
Oh, how about this? Again, you're speaking on behalf of JG because he's not here, right? So should we write songs to the glories of free will?
Maybe. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Should those songs be with a string quartet backing them up, or a full orchestra backing them up?
The full orchestra.
A full orchestra songs to the glories of free will.
Yes.
Should the song use the word free will in it like 90% of the time? Free will, free
No.
will,
No.
free.
Look,
What?
when it comes to predestined good works and the will to do them, they're from God. So to glorify God indirectly, I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong with that. Yeah. But that's me. I'm speaking for myself. And I don't think I'm authorized to speak for JG or his mindset.
Mm-hmm.
But still, I'll do it sometimes. Yeah.
You can keep your ass out of hell. Just use your free will. Just use your free will.
Well, Ace, if you do evil, it is good that you are afraid.
If you do evil, it is good that you are afraid.
Yeah,
Use
yeah,
your
sing
free
it, Ace.
will and
Sing
stop
it.
right away.
Good, buddy.
Your
Some
free
men,
will saves you because nothing else can save you but your free will.
some
Only
men,
your free will.
some men fear evil more than they
Some
do
men fear
God.
evil more than what? More than what?
Some men fear their flesh more than they do God.
Some men fear their flesh more than they fear God. Use
Yeah.
your free will, straighten it out. Oh, yeah. Free will. Free will.
Oh, shit.
Well, that's why they sing about free will. It's because it helps with the fear of evil, the fear of the flesh, the fear of the wrath of God.
You're burning in hell if you don't use your free will.
I
The
keep
fear
telling
of
you,
burning.
Ace, I keep telling you that Lordship Salvationists are in the grips of fear that if they don't continuously do all things that are written in the law to do them, they're cursed. They operate under great fear.
First, you didn't use your free will, you poor sucker. I'm better than you because I used my free will.
And there's always a reason a man sings about free will,
I'm
whether he
singing
has
about
it.
free will because I want to glorify free will. It's so cool. It's what saves. And it's for
Nice.
breakfast. Let's eat free will. Morning, noon, and night.
That's one way to tame one's own fears is to sing about the fears of another theologian. Yeah, to tame your own. So actually, you're singing about free will
Free will.
because it frightens you. Yeah, it frightens you.
Free will.
Free will. Let's let is Will still here?
Yeah, he says he'll be right back. That's what he
Oh,
says.
good.
And now he's gone.
So JG already came in this morning.
Yeah, he made a drive-by when I
Oh,
was early writing the essay.
hit and run. Oh,
Halcyon, you want to read the essay for us? You have to speak up a little bit. I can't even hear your cats. No sound from San Diego. Come on, San Diego. Come on. Frank Stalwart. Stall cup, stall cup. Okay, give it to me.
Is that better?
Much better.
Okay. How long is it?
Oh, it's a brief one.
Brief. Okay, good. So from the beginning,
Yes, please.
do you want regular or dramatic?
It's worthy of drama.
I'll try my best. Okay. Hey, JG, who cares if every man will have praise from God? What does free will have to do with it? 1 Corinthians 4:5 KJV. Judge nothing before time, and then shall every man have praise of God. 1 Corinthians 4:5 KJV again. Therefore, judge nothing before the time until the Lord come, who both will bring to light the hidden things of darkness and will make manifest the counsels of the heart. Then shall every man have the praise of God. Okay, another 1 Corinthians 4:5. So this is your
Concordant.
commentary, sort of. Oh, this is a concordant. Okay.
Concordant, literal New Testament.
That's what CLNT stands for. Okay.
Yeah.
So that be not judging anything before the season till the Lord should be coming, who will also illuminate the hidden things of darkness and manifest the counsels of the heart. And then the applause will be coming to each one from God.
Mm.
Do you want me to pause or anything? Okay.
No, keep going.
The God who made you will glorify you. Rejoice. 1 Corinthians 15:53. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. We shall be changed. Verse 51. The dyed ones will be roused incorruptible. Verse 52. Now, thanks to God who is giving us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. Verse 57. Tuesday, July 1st, 2025, 6:05 a.m., 78 now, 99 later. Rain tomorrow. Well, yesterday, dear one, we got a visit from the Eggshell Police. The Eggshell Police sergeant wanted to make sure we were all walking on eggshells of free will and eternal consequences of moral responsibility, and nothing else mattered. Get it? Here's the plot. I presented the glorious message of 1 Corinthians 4:5, the part where Paul says, judge nothing before time, for every man will have praise from God. Now, I don't know how one can miss the point of 1 Corinthians 4:5, but somehow, some way, JG missed the whole dang point. It's like the words on the screen were invisible to him. The point of the whole sentence is this: every man will have praise from God. The message from Sergeant Eggshells is this: all will not have praise from God unless you deserve praise from God, because it makes no sense to me that God would be thrilled with that which he himself created. God shouldn't feel that way.
Yeah.
Now, I admit there is not much creativity in man. It's notable that in the scriptures, when the word creator or creative or create is used, it's always in reference to God. Man, I guess, doesn't deserve the word create, creative, or creator in the same sentence. Weird, huh? So JG and his morality police comes along with a yardstick and a sourpuss and scolds everyone into feeling guilty for not doing the right thing. Now get this. Every man will have praise from God. Get this, Michelangelo spent 3 or 4 years creating that David statue, and you don't think he was proud of it when he was done? David will have praise from Michelangelo. And those who adore the statue don't know whether to praise the statue or its creator. Look at that. It's beautiful, is the instant off-the-cuff comment. Michelangelo is a genius, a great artist, is the more thoughtful, mature comment. Did the statue create itself? Is it praiseworthy? Does man create itself with its amazing and awesome free will? Does man make itself praiseworthy with its amazing, and awesome free will? That's repeated. Okay. And okay, let's give JG a break. Let's say man has a will that is entirely independent and free of the creator's influence and responsibility. And let's say when Paul says, judge nothing before time, that Paul knows the only way to judge nothing before time is with your so-called free will. that God will not, in fact, help or hinder you in judging nothing before time. Okay, and with this awesome free will, man somehow judges nothing before time. Will that result in all men having praise from God, or is something else going on here? Let's say men judge nothing before time and others do judge nothing before time. Will man's half-assed response impede somehow God's grand purpose of completing and perfecting creation to the point to where God himself gives praise to every man? Can man create an impediment to God's operation? Such a laughable question. Man creates nothing. Only God is the creator. God creates, but we are creatures. So JG can't see the end of the sentence. He can't see that every man will have praise from God. Why can't he see that? It's right there at the end of the 39-word sentence. Is the sentence too long for JG to comprehend? Should Paul have communicated in shorter sentences? Okay, let's break it up into shorter component parts. 1 Corinthians 4:5. Judge nothing before time. The Lord will bring to light the hidden things of darkness. The Lord will make manifest the counsels of the hearts. Then every man shall have praise of God. Perfect. Now, even the old eggshell police sergeant can ride along with us in grasping this great and glorious prophecy of God, that every man will have praise from God. But what about my free will, says the Christian limitarian. The limitarian says God owes him an apology if God does indeed save all. You see, the reason God owes the limitarian Christian an apology is that the limitarian could have sinned a whole lot more, but he was keeping himself pure and expects God to reward him for such good behavior.
Oh man, that's such an insulting thing to say, huh?
Well, I mean, and I can imagine that mindset because I've seen it.
Yeah.
Does a man have a so-called free will? Does this free will help or hinder God's grand operation? The phrase free will does not show up in Paul's writings, nor in the New Testament at all. But what does show up are verses like these. It is not of him that willeth, but of God the merciful, Romans 9:16. God is operating all things after the counsel of his own will, Ephesians 1:11. If Sergeant Eggshells is right, then we all have a will that is not and cannot be dependent on God or influenced by God. So what will the prophecy stick? So what? Will the prophecy stick? Will every man have praise from God? I say yes and amen. Glorious grace to you. 7:21 a.m. God is a wonderful creator. He makes things just right. Michelangelo was okay with his 3-year rock project, but just wait until God is finished. Oh my, creation subjected to vanity against its will be made perfect as he is perfect. Check it out. Romans 8:20-21, Ephesians 1:10, Colossians 1:20. Is that Corinthians or 1 Corinthians?
1 Corinthians.
1 Corinthians 15:28, Romans 5:18, and Romans 11:36. Rejoice, saints, you have every reason to. The Ace Theological Repair Station. Ace Theo Night Watchman. Grace. That was nice.
Wasn't that fun?
Yeah, I like that. I got to step away for a second, but I'll be back.
Okay, I'll speak for her since she's stepping away. Since she and I are of the same mind. Hi, my name is Halsey, and I hope you have a nice haircut because I don't like it if you get a bad haircut. Oh my God.
Thanks, Ed. Good to see you.
Hello.
How's it going?
You know, I don't believe that you are a wild heart.
Not really.
I've got evidence.
Yeah, I've got receipts.
Yeah.
You might very well be true. Yeah.
You
Okay.
are a sucker for love. Well, Are you ready to give us a London version of this essay?
Is it a long one? Honestly,
No. Do you have a London accent?
I don't have a London accent, no.
What do you have?
I have a Manchester accent.
All right. Could you give us a Manchester accent then?
Are you sure? Are you sure that's not Liverpool?
Pretty sure, yeah. Hi, Sean. Good to see you. Hi, Rosie.
Yeah, brother.
Hey, Gigi, who cares if every man will have praise from God? What does free will have to do with it? Is that like a play on What's Love Got to Do with It by Tina Turner? No. Oh, I best check my volume, man. I was low yesterday. Oh, no, it's fine. 1 Corinthians 4:5 KJV. Judge nothing before the time, and then shall every man have praise of God.
Including you.
Every man have praise of God. Oh, thank you, God. Cheers. 1 Corinthians 4:5 KJV. Therefore, judge nothing before the time until the Lord come, who both will bring to light the hidden things of darkness and will make manifest the counsels of the hearts, and then shall every man have praise of God. 1 Corinthians 4:5 CLNT. What's that?
It stands for the Concordant Literal New Testament.
So that be not judging anything before the season, till the Lord shall be coming, who will also illuminate the hidden things of darkness and manifest the counsels of the hearts. And then applause will be coming to each one from God. The God who made you will glorify you, rejoice. 1 Corinthians 15:53. For this corruptible must put on incorruption. This is where I'm going to struggle with the language. For the corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. We all shall be changed. Verse 51. The dead ones will be roused incorruptible. Verse 52. Now thanks be to God, who is giving us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. Verse 57. Oh, was that a preamble?
Yeah.
I've got a sore thought. Sorry. Tuesday, July 1st, 2025, 6:05 a.m, 78 degrees now, 99 degrees later, rain tomorrow. Well, yesterday, dear one, we got a visit from the Eggshell Police. The Eggshell Police Sergeant, I think it might be an American thing, but I think you spelled Sergeant wrong. I think it's got an E, S-E-A, but that might be an American thing. You might want to,
Yeah.
The Eggshell Police Sergeant wanted to make sure we were all walking on the eggshells of free will and eternal consequences of moral responsibility, and nothing else mattered. Get it? Here's the plot. I presented the glorious message of 1 Corinthians 4:5, the part where Paul says, judge nothing before the time, for every man will have praise from God. Now, I don't know why one can miss the point of 1 Corinthians 4:5, but somehow, somewhere, JG missed the whole damn point. It's like the words on the screen were invisible to him. The point of the whole sentence is this: every man will have praise from God. The message from Sergeant Eggshells is this: all will not have praise from God unless you deserve praise from God, because it makes no sense to me that God will be thrilled with that which he himself created. That is very funny.
Yeah, it is funny. And that's exactly what he says. It make no sense to me. If God is happy with his own creation, yeah, we must make God happy. Otherwise, God is not going to be happy.
Yeah, God is wrong if I don't agree with him. So in many ways, he's putting himself above God.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Not for the first time, but anyway. Now I admit that there is not much creativity in man. It's notable that in the scriptures, when the word creator or creative or create is used, it's always in reference to God. Man, I guess, doesn't deserve the word creative or creator in the same sentence. Weird, huh? So JG and his morality police comes along with a yardstick and a sourpuss and scolds everyone into feeling guilty for not doing the right thing. Now get this. Every man will have praise from God. Get this. Michelangelo spent 3 or 4 years creating that David statue, and he couldn't even finish the arms. and don't you think he was proud of it when he was done? David will have praise from Michelangelo, and those who adore the statue don't know whether to praise the statue or its creator. Look at that, it's beautiful, is the instant off-the-cuff comment. Michelangelo is a genius, a great artist, is the more thoughtful, mature comment. Did the statue create itself? Is it praiseworthy? Does man create itself with its amazing and awesome free will? Does man make itself praiseworthy with its amazing and awesome free will? Okay, let's give JG a break. An arm or a leg would do. Let's say man has a will that is entirely independent and free of the creator's influence and responsibility.
Oh my God! Read that one again.
Okay, let's give JG a break. Let's say man has a will that is entirely independent and free of the creator's influence and responsibility.
Isn't that just nuts to even suggest that?
Yeah. From an omnigod, anyway. Yeah. Yeah.
Man's will is totally free of the creator's influence.
Yeah. Yeah, that is kind of ridiculous when you think about it.
Yeah.
If God knows the end from the beginning, that's it.
Man's will is totally free of the creator's responsibility.
Yeah. Yeah. If he didn't create men, then they wouldn't have free will. So he's totally responsible. Even if they did have free will, I'm not saying they do, but even if they did have free will, it wouldn't be outside of his responsibility. He would still be responsible for creating humans. Anyway. And let's say when Paul says, judge nothing before the time, that Paul knows the only way to judge nothing before the time is with your own so-called free will, that God will not, in fact, help you or hinder you in judging nothing before the time. Okay, and with this awesome free will, man somehow judges nothing before the time. Will that result in all men having praise from God? Or is something else going on here? Let's say some men judge nothing before the time, and others do judge before the time. Will man's half-assed response
impede?
That's spelled wrong, I think. I think it's 2 E's. I could be wrong.
Yes, you could be.
Yeah, and I am. Yeah, I think. Impede. No, I'm sure it's got 2 E's. Because that would be imped. If it was spelled that way.
Keep going.
Okay. Somehow, God's grand purpose of completing and perfecting creation to the point to where God himself gives praise to every man.
All right. Since you interrupted yourself, read the paragraph again.
Right. Let's say some men judge nothing before the time, and others do judge before the time. Will man's half-assed response impede? You could be right. I'm not happy with it though.
All right, start over and just don't stop on the word impede. Just read it.
Let's say some men judge nothing before the time, and others do judge before the time. Will man's half-assed response impede somehow God's grand purpose of completing and perfecting creation to the point to where God himself gives praise to every man?
Now,
Sorry, I know I'm weird. I'm going to have to Google it now. Not to prove you wrong, just it's bugging me.
it's because
It's IMPEDE. IMPEDE. Yeah, it just needs an E on the end. That's it. Impede. That's it. I was wrong as well, though. Yeah. That's it. Can man create an impediment to God's operation? Such a laughable question.
yeah,
Man
read it
create.
again. It's a laughable question.
Yeah. Can man create an impediment to God's operation?
Oh my God, that is so funny.
Yeah. The answer is no, I would imagine. If God has a plan and that plan must come to fruition, then yeah, the answer is no. It's not a stupid question, it's just an obvious answer. Man creates nothing, only God is the creator. God creates, but we are but creatures. So JG can't see the end of the sentence. He can't see that every man will have praise from God. Why can't he see that? It's right there at the end of the 39-word sentence. Is the sentence too long for JG to comprehend? Should Paul have communicated in shorter sentences? So, I've got something. Sorry.
God bless you.
Okay, let's break it down. Let's break it up into shorter component parts. 1 Corinthians 4:5. Judge nothing before the time. The Lord will bring to light the hidden things of darkness. The Lord will make manifest the counsels of the hearts. Then shall every man have praise of God. Perfect. Now, even the old eggshell police sergeant, still not sure about sergeant, can ride along with us in grasping this great and glorious prophecy of God.
Sergeant.
In grasping this great and glorious prophecy of God, that every man will have praise from God. But what about my free will? Says the Christian limitarian. Oh yeah, is limitarian like a play on like libertarian?
It's just the opposite of universalist. It's limited.
All right. Okay. Yeah. The limitarian says God owes him an apology if God does indeed save all. You see, the reason God owes the limitarian Christian an apology is that the limitarian could have sinned a whole lot more, but he was keeping himself pure and expects God to reward him for such good behavior. Does man have a so-called free will? Does this free will help or hinder God's grand operation? The phrase free will does not show up in Paul's writings, nor in the New Testament at all. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah. But what does show up are verses like these. It is not of him that willeth, but of God the merciful. Romans 9:16.
Yeah. What was the most striking about the essay there, Manchester? With emphasis on man.
I can say the most funny was a bit about JG, but yeah. If you're looking for theological emphasis, and I don't think I'm the right person to do that.
I thought it was interesting to say that man's will cannot be influenced by God.
Yeah.
God has no responsibility over man's will.
Oh, yeah. That's clearly ridiculous. Yeah. If he created humans with free will, then he's responsible for humans having free will.
Yep.
So, that's it. Hey, I seem to be running everyone off today. How's it
Yeah.
Oh, will zero. That's good.
Sound genuine when you say it.
Turn your mic up back on so I can adjust it up.
You're gonna adjust it up.
Yeah, you were a little low. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Rock and roll.
Baby.
So you caught the point of my essay, Will Freeman, that who cares if man has a free will or don't have a free will? This is a prophecy that everyone will have praise from God.
Do you really mean that? Who cares if we have
I
free
don't
will?
care how we get there as long as everyone gets praise from God. That's the point of this verse that I was trying to point out to Captain Less Than Obvious.
I mean, I get the point of what you're saying. I remember the questions yesterday being pertinent to the free will discussion. If we can just take the whole will thing off the table, that probably would help reduce division.
Yeah, but for some reason, he just wants to get a pat on the back and a reward for being, for not having sex with the pastor's wife or something. I don't know what the hell is wrong with Christians.
So he could have free will, but he doesn't deserve any credit or punishment for the use of his free will.
If every man will have praise from God, that seems to piss him off because, as I already pointed out in the essay, and also when Wes Fallenkamp came over, Wes Fallenkamp said, "This is weird. Some Christian wrote to me on the channel, on the comment section, if God saves everyone, he owes us an apology." And I asked JG yesterday, why? Why would God owe you guys an apology if he saves everyone? And he was silent.
Maybe he wasn't the one that wrote the comment.
He wasn't, but it's a common emotion that Christians have.
Well, they are trying really hard and they want to be rewarded for all their hard work.
Exactly.
They miss the part that their hard work means nothing to God. Nothing.
And they're also secretly thinking, wow, I could have fornicated just a little bit more if I had known this.
Yeah, I didn't have to stay pure after all,
Plus, just before the moment passes, I think JG will get in more trouble for having sex with the pastor's husband than the pastor's wife.
Too late. You said he's already come by, I guess, pre-show?
No, he didn't come in the pre-show because I didn't offer that link pre-show. But he did come by at the early part of when I was starting to write, and he made some snarky comments, forgettable comments.
I know he's been he's been doing streams, inviting people to come in and challenge him, but he never puts a link out where anyone can come in and challenge him.
I noticed that, yeah. Or even when you do join, you just...
Oh, yeah, that's right. The subject line says come in, and he never puts a link out.
Yeah.
Right. I wonder if he knows that he's doing that.
Maybe on a subconscious level. I'm not sure whether he does it consciously, but...
Like maybe he gets all excited, ready to teach someone about the Lord, and then forgets to put the link so he doesn't teach anyone anything except for bad music. How's it going, Bill? Good to see you.
Hello. Oh, yeah, all good. All good.
Bill, be not judging anything before the time, please.
Well, I try not to. I do try not to.
Hi, Bill. Good to see you. And in the side chat, yes, I am chocolate liver. Yeah, And everyone inside chat, Pop Socks. Go see him.
Hey, Wildheart, do you eat liver?
I do not necessarily willingly.
You do not, or you do?
Mom makes him.
Yeah, she makes liver and onions.
And you eat it
Liverwurst.
regularly?
It's not nice.
Oh,
Right.
it's
No,
great.
it's-
It's the closest to a working liver Wildheart will ever get.
I love liverwurst. I've like loved it all my life, and I still love it.
Where do you get it?
I go to a supermarket that specializes in like Eastern European foods to get that one.
How do you make liverwurst? What do they add
Oh,
to
I
it?
don't make it. I buy it. It's basically like pork liver and some spices, and it's basically almost like a pate, like a sort of rough pate, if you want to think of it that way. It's actually really well. Some
I
people
went to a potluck supper one time, and I brought cat food in a can, and I set it out with all the other food.
You son of a.
You're funny. I brought a bag of sausages once and put them on the snack table.
Oh,
And the lady who was hosting the potluck, she looked at the can of cat food. She said, "Oh, Jewish pate."
ouch.
Naughty.
I like liver pudding. I don't know if anyone else eats liver
What
pudding.
do
Oh,
you do?
never
Add
heard
a
of it.
couple of spoonfuls of sugar to it?
No, what? No. It's
What
not.
is liver
It's
pudding?
savory, I would assume.
Is that like black pudding? Like pig's blood?
You know what? I shouldn't have even brought it up. I was hoping that someone else had tried it and knew what it was, but it's too hard to explain.
Okay.
It's not a sweet anything. There's no sugar in it. It's very sausagey.
Yeah.
About 10 years ago, we were riding in the car. My son was in the back seat, and I had some kipper snacks. He never even heard the word. And I said, "Hey, do you want some kipper snacks?" He said, "Yeah." And because of the word snacks, he was expecting something sweet.
Like very convenient, right? But it's like an oily little fish. You're like, here,
Yeah.
have it.
And he took a bite and he said, "That's just fish."
I like sardines if they're prepared right.
Oh, I love sardines. Yeah.
I like the boneless, skinless ones that are just kind of in olive oil, smoked,
Yeah.
not the ones that are in like the weird tomato sauce.
Pilchards as well. I do like pilchards. Oh, liver pudding.
That looks a lot like
Okay,
liverwurst.
I have never had liver pudding before, so I am trying this for the first time. I'm obviously spraying my pan, and I'm going to cook this according to the directions. Now,
Oh, that doesn't look nice.
you can see I'm a skeptic here. All right, I'm going to start by cutting it. I like to go in the middle because then I can make it more even. Going in the middle and then cutting in between, it just helps me. Everyone has their own way of doing it.
Like I'm the only one getting hungry because I know what it tastes
So,
like.
okay, come on, keep cutting.
That would be the
Alright,
ultimate.
Now I'm just gonna pop those
Yeah.
in the pan.
Oh, it
That looks a
doesn't-
lot like something called scrapple. Have you ever had
Alright, here we
that?
go. The
Scrapple.
pan is nice and hot.
I have, but it was forgettable.
Could I move
I did
this
not like
faster?
Scrapple.
It's really hard to do these
It
voiceovers
looks like
sometimes
Scrapple. I
because
doubt it
maybe
tastes
it's
like it.
not
It's
fast,
not.
or your voice is maybe
That looks more like, what's that fake meat called?
in there. You're putting it in there,
Spam,
I'll
but it's not. It's
Okay.
liver and
So now
cornbread
again,
and rice
I'm
all
putting
ground
a little bit
together.
of black pepper.
Sausage
I like
liver.
black pepper.
Interesting.
It's-
Yeah. I mean, liverwurst is
Sometimes-
called liver sausage.
Okay,
It's
dark
similar
brown.
to this, but you don't. In mine, it's soft and spreadable. You don't
So,
heat it up.
it's
You
almost
just
done.
put it right on the
Come on, girl,
sandwich.
flip it over.
No, it's looking quite good. No, it's good.
I will
See, now
say,
Wildheart
it
is
did
hungry.
smell really
Yeah, I
good.
mixed it with
As
eggs
it
and
was,
grits. It's really nice
smelled
together.
Really good
Yum.
when I was cooking it.
Oh, it's nice, man. Yeah. I
It
might try
smells
that.
really good too.
That's one of those memory hangers for me because one of the first sandwiches that I remember eating as a child was at my dad's house, and it was whole wheat, Oro wheat, whole wheat bread liverwurst, and seeded mustard. And
That sounds
yeah, I
good.
wasn't a picky kid. I ate it, loved it.
Have you ever had sawdust cornbread?
That sounds not so good.
Yeah, you
have
just
that-
follow the recipe, and in real small print at the end of the recipe, it says, the less sawdust you use, the better it tastes.
I remember seeing this kid. It was like a picture of a kid in like a science fair, and it said, how much sawdust can you put in Rice Krispie treats before people notice? And he had like, different stages, like, like 1%, 5%, 10%, of like the dry weight ingredients.
I was hoping Sammy would join us, but I guess not.
Oh yeah, Sammy join us if you can. And can I just say hello to Dwayne Burke and Pop Socks and everyone inside chat again. Why, hey man?
So Ace,
I am Ace. Go ahead. Over.
the God of creation, inspired the homestead. Discuss.
Oh,
Homestead, huh? So a homestead is like a word that might include a bit of creativity.
Will that be a
Right.
problem for the discussion?
No.
Let's say garden. Let's say that God inspired the garden
hmm
because man couldn't inspire gardens, right?
Well, yeah, I guess so. Keep going.
Man can help put together a garden, but the ingredients are all God's, right? You have to have the right
That's
plants
true.
put in
Yeah,
the right
that's true.
place. There's a consistent admiration for the farmer and agriculture throughout the Old Testament, which I appreciate. You don't see it so much in the New Testament. There's references to agriculture, but I love that Adam and Eve started out in a garden.
I was going to say, yeah, even from Genesis, where
Now,
Adam.
imagine the story where Adam and Eve started out in a condo complex.
Or a basketball court. Imagine how confused they'd be in a stadium.
Wow.
What are we
No.
doing?
That's a good point. There is a lot of agriculture, like with Adam naming all the animals, and yeah, and they should sow the fields and all that. There is a lot of that in Genesis.
Now, if you don't have the idea of God, for the farmer, the most important heavenly body is the sun.
Yeah,
And there's a lot of reference to God and the sun together. The sun rises with healing in his wings. But that's the thing. Like from the earliest times, everything that feeds the garden has been important to man.
Man eventually feeds the garden himself by dying, being buried.
Oh yeah, or it could just be pooping. He could be pooping in the garden. That
I heard
feeds the
this-
garden.
yeah.
this funny thing, a conspiracy theory that the plants are the ultimate victors in all of this because they just get a lot of fertile soil in the end.
Yeah. Oh,
They're
that's
all
great.
planning our deaths,
There's nothing wasted on this
Yeah.
planet. It
Yeah,
all
that's
goes
true.
back to the source, the earth.
Yeah, the ultimate winners are the plants.
I thought Cain kind of got a crappy response, because a farmer does a lot more work, I believe, than a shepherd would. The animals, a lot of the times, will kind of look after themselves as long as you keep them safe together, well watered, etc. But
I'm glad you brought up that story. That's a we can go back into the Bible on the Cain account. I would love to know what Cain really did wrong besides killing his brother, but that wasn't the first thing that God was displeased with him about. He gave an offering of plants, but later on, God commands grain offerings.
Hmm.
God didn't have a problem later on with grain offerings. Why would he have a problem with Cain's offerings of fruits and vegetables? He didn't have any livestock. He was a farmer. He wasn't a shepherd. So he would have to have traded his produce with his brother Abel in order to get the livestock. And it, I don't know how that works where Cain committed a sin by just skipping the middleman and saying, God's not eating any of this. So I'm just going to burn some veggies because it's the smell. He's smelling it. It says that it's a pleasing aroma to the Lord.
Yeah, burning flesh is pleasing to the
And fat,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sure. It's the fat that smells good when it
Yeah, and
burns.
that's what it says specifically. The fat is to be offered to the Lord.
Yeah.
And
Which is a spiritual being who doesn't have a nose, presumably.
and doesn't have to eat, I would assume.
Yeah. Why would it be pleasing to the Lord? But anyway.
I had this wacky idea once that the story of Cain and Abel, the basic, like the killing of Abel was an analogy for agriculture taking over from a hunter-gatherer point of view and basically switching the whole world onto agriculture instead of continuing in a hunter-gatherer mode.
The only problem with that is that it's suggesting it wasn't hunter-gatherer, it was gardening. It was agriculture because they weren't out chasing down the food. The food was everywhere.
No, I mean like the shepherd versus the taking care of animals and killing animals versus the. Oh, but I see what you're saying.
The vegetarians versus the meat eaters. Hey,
Yeah,
Sandy.
well, the agriculture versus the other way.
Hello.
Hey, Sammy.
Jump in. We might have to pull it up and check, but I seem to remember noticing, because I was looking myself when I was younger for what Cain did so wrong, why God didn't like his offering. And if I remember correctly, I didn't find a reason, but there's sort of an omission. So it doesn't say anything bad about his offering, but then when it speaks of but when it speaks of Abel's, it states that he chose the best of his flock. So it slyly implies that Cain didn't choose the best of his produce.
Okay,
but that's a pretty fast
here's the other
stretch.
thing. Here's the other thing. There's no indication by what he offered that he knew what he was supposed to offer, whether it was the best of his flock or whether it was living or vegetable. There weren't any prior instructions about offering the sacrifice, right?
No.
Well, hold on. Let me ask Ace. Ace, do you know of any instruction that God gave about what their sacrifice should be or why they were sacrificing to begin with?
No, I have no idea.
I mean, what
the Bible is silent.
What conceivably could they be sacrificing for at that juncture?
And I think we might have gotten off topic, and I can understand why people think that atheists are taking over your channel.
Well, thanks for further derailing us from a topic that is pertinent to the Bible.
Sorry, carry on. Sorry.
So I guess I'm not the only one that thought along those lines, because I was just going to post about whether or not Cain gave the best, because I thought I remembered the story that they both chose like the best. Abel chose the best of his animals, and Cain chose the best of his results of his farming and offered that. I thought it was the
but the issue that I'm having is why does God later say, give me your grain offerings? He even says grain offerings are going to be done in heaven. In Isaiah, I believe
it's a weird.
If it was because of offering vegetables or plants, that doesn't follow. That means that God changes what he accepts later on. Or maybe these plants, I don't know. Like, what were they eating that was unacceptable there? They weren't eating grain, I guess.
I don't know. Barley was one of the very first things to be domesticated in the grain department. So
Did he snatch a bunch of the fruit from the tree of knowledge and good and evil and sacrifice that to the Lord? I mean, I could see that pissing him off, or some fruit from the tree of life.
Forbidden fruit there, buddy. Why?
Yeah, you're not even supposed to touch that or look at it, or was it the tree of life? Did he take like some of the fruit from the tree of life? And like, what could make God mad about a sacrifice that he later demands of people?
I think it's interesting also that, I mean, I understand that he banished him to wander the earth, but also put a mark of protection
Nod.
in him.
He went to Nod, a place that is later they call Nod, but it wouldn't have been called Nod then. But he went to a place and established something called Nod, which means he couldn't have gone by himself.
Okay. I mean, it says here, God has regard for Abel's offering, but no regard for Cain's. Cain killed Abel, and God cursed Cain, sentencing him to a life of transience. Cain then dwelt in the land of Nod, wandering, where he built a city and fathered the line of descendants, beginning with Enoch. So it's funny.
He wasn't wandering if he built a city.
Well, no, they just put a little like Hebrew. I'm gonna put this in.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's just the whole idea. Nobody knows for sure what happened. There's Jewish mythology in the Talmud about even who kills Cain later on. I mean, there's all kind of stuff that's not present in the Bible.
It seems like his displeasure with God and banishing and all that was necessary, because he wouldn't have ended up going to the land of Nod and producing a bunch of children, right? I mean,
I'm more interested in how he produced children. Were there women there, or did he take an unnamed sister? Like, if they were the only people, how did he build a population, an offspring?
It was, incest. There's no other way. So with Adam and Eve, it must have been incest.
Unless there were already other people, and it's just not mentioned from Genesis that there were other groups that weren't seen as God's people, maybe.
Yeah.
But where did they come from if Adam and Eve were the first? They hadn't had any children.
Well, it means they weren't the first. It means they weren't the first.
Yeah.
Like it's either incest or they weren't the first.
Right.
Plus, with Noah.
Oh, sorry.
With Noah and the flood, like that would be necessarily incest as well. I mean, if there were only 8 people, I mean, possibly mathematically you could work it out to not be incest, but it probably was.
It's still not ideal for genetics, but these are questions for Bill and Ace, really, because we're the outsiders on these topics.
Yeah, and you guys are so smart. Could we go back to 1 Corinthians 4:5? Like, don't be judging anything before the season.
No, because we're talking about things that happened in the past.
No. That's still, you're still judging things before the season, because you're just rambling on about how it doesn't make sense to you.
Does it make sense to you?
I don't care.
Okay, well, that's not
it
not a yes
doesn't have
or no.
to make sense to me. I don't care.
But we do.
Well, fine.
Is it wrong that we care?
It annoys me if we're straying far from the evangel of our salvation, because that's what this channel is dedicated to.
Is there value in every word that proceeded from the mouth of the Lord, or is it all vanity? Okay, well, I'm going to consider there might be some value hidden somewhere, and maybe I just don't understand it properly. So rather than just say, I don't know, I want to look at it. Yes. Why do you think I'm reasoning through it right now?
That understanding it properly would include, don't judge anything before the season.
What does that mean?
Have all of your answers now. Could you wait maybe a couple of weeks, or maybe a couple of eons before you get your answers? Could you wait?
Okay, there's a big difference between weeks and eons, though, isn't there?
It's just a little time delay. That's all.
Okay.
Trying to see if my mic's any better. Testing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I make you happy by just mindlessly chanting, Yahweh's praises at you with that? Would that make you feel like I belong, or is it okay to
No,
question
I
things?
would feel much better if you chanted praises toward free will, because that's what JG does, and I feel comfortable with JG. So
Well, I
let's
can't
sing
praise something. I
songs to
can't
the
praise
glories of
something. I
free
can't.
will.
I don't want to praise free will. It may not be a thing.
It's a thing with JG.
Okay, so are we just, is this all about JG? I mean, honestly, Ace, you want to talk Bible? We're talking Bible. The atheists are talking Bible, and you said I don't worry about it. Well, what is that? What are we supposed to do with that?
Oh, why do we have to find every goddamn little paragraph and sentence?
So throw the book
and
away. Just put
comma
the fucking
that doesn't
book
make
down.
sense to you, and then just talk about it endlessly until it
Right.
does
So-
make sense
so-
to you. It's
so
never
then-
going to
so-
make sense to you.
So if it doesn't make sense, then put the book down. What do you need the book for?
Well, I don't care. If you want to put the book down, what are you doing?
I'm
over
asking
here?
you.
We're
I'm
talking
asking.
about-
I'm asking you. If you don't care what the book says, then why use it at all? Because we're talking
I
about what's in
don't
the
read
book.
the Old Testament by and large on this channel. I just
Is
read
it not?
Paul's
Is it
letters
not
and I'm tickled
referenced?
pink.
It's referenced constantly in the New Testament.
I don't care.
They
I'll
did.
read.
Yeah.
I'll read the specific references. I'm not going to go back to the Old Testament.
I know this is gonna probably get me kicked, but what you're saying is that you don't care what is true. I know I've said
I
this
don't
before.
care what is true, and you don't care what is true, and Will Freeman doesn't care what is true.
No, I do. I do.
I don't
What-
even know how to define true.
Where do you get off saying that I don't care what is true? Because I'm asking questions about the book that you think is true.
I
Yes.
never said it was true. I just said, isn't this interesting?
Is it or isn't it?
You believe it's true, S.
What? What about it is true? Some
Well-
things are true in a proper time sequence. It once was true that the earth was covered with water, but that's no longer true. It once was true that God wanted Israel to keep the law, but that doesn't seem to be important anymore.
Okay,
It
but you
once
believe
was-
Jesus is a Messiah, and the way you would tell that he's a Messiah is by looking at prophecies about his coming. And you would find those where, Ace?
I don't look for them.
They would be in the Old Testament. So you don't check Jesus's credentials. You assume that Paul checked his credentials.
You got a problem with me? You're going to give me a bare bottom spanking?
No, I'm gonna call you to task.
Mm-hmm.
You talk. These are Bible verses. If we want to talk about Corinthians, we can talk about Corinthians. But if we talk about the Old Testament, which Paul's not afraid of talking about the Old Testament, he doesn't shame the Old Testament, does he?
No, but he does quote it in strange and new ways.
Oh, that's all the New Testament does that. They only quote out of the Greek Septuagint, never out of the Masoretic text, which means that it's written after these commentaries on the quotes that they're adding are after the Greek version of the
And
Old
you're
Testament.
not going to stop until this channel throws away the Bible and what? We'd go straight ahead farming and homesteading?
No, don't throw it away. Just address it.
I don't
Yeah,
know what to
just-
say about it. All right, here's number one addressing. Some things are true in the past and are no longer true. Some things will be true in the future, but are not true now. Everything has its time. Be not judging anything before the season.
But that does seem like a get out clause to anything could be true. And you just have to wait long enough to find out. That doesn't help in the know.
The idea is we're being saved for something. We're being saved from something, and it's something that we didn't do, that someone in the past has done. Someone that goes all the way back.
We're being
Old-
saved from sin, condemnation, and death.
Okay, so Adam.
And that won't happen completely until in the future.
Right. So there's a connection between the New Testament and the Old Testament, since what we're being saved from is something that happened in the beginning. So in the oldest of Old Testament. Right. Because we didn't offend God. Adam did. We didn't disobey God.
And because of that, We are born mortal. Nobody can. That kind of explains why we're born mortal. Either way, we're born mortal. Let's see if we can make sense of this. We are born mortal. What we call life is a journey toward death.
Ace, can I try and smooth things over? Do you want one of the new guests to read the essay? This is getting a little bit too rambunctious. And
you want to read it again?
Not me, no. One of the new guests.
Choose someone to read it.
He's electing Sammy.
Yeah.
Oh, Sammy?
Oh, Bill. I don't think Bill's read it either.
Yes, or Bill.
Okay, go ahead, Bill. If you are awake. Bill.
I am awake. I have to get my glasses. What's this one? There we go.
I like it when Bill reads.
So, hey, JG, who cares every man will have praise from God? What does free will have to do with it? I had to do that because, Wild Heart mentioned Tina Turner.
I did exactly the same, yeah.
I know. It's your fault. I'm blaming you for that one. So 1 Corinthians 4:5. Judge nothing before the time, and then shall every man have praise of God. Again, we spoke on that the other day. That can be cut two ways, that bit there. But either way, there's some praising going on. 1 Corinthians 4:5 again. Therefore judge nothing before the time, until the Lord come, who both will bring to light the hidden things of darkness, and will make manifest the counsels of the hearts. And then shall every man have praise of God. I'm going to use is that the concordant literal New Testament?
Yeah.
1 Corinthians 4:5. So that, be not judging anything before the season, to the Lord should be coming, who will also illuminate the hidden things of darkness and manifest the counsel of the hearts. And then applause will be coming to each one from God. The God who made you will glorify you. Rejoice. 1 Corinthians 15:53. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. We shall all be changed. Verse 51. The died ones will be roused, incorruptible.
Mercy.
You too. Now, thanks be to God, who is given us victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. Verse 57. Obviously, time and date right there. And rain tomorrow. I think we've got rain as well tomorrow, believe it or not. Well, yesterday, dear one, we got a visit from the Eggshell Police. The Eggshell Police sergeant wanted to make sure we were all walking on eggshells of free will and eternal consequences of moral responsibility. And nothing else mattered. Get it? Here's the plot. I presented the glorious message of 1 Corinthians 4:5. The part where Paul says, judge nothing before the time, for every man will have praise from God. Now, I don't know how one can miss the point of 1 Corinthians 4:5, but somehow, some way, JG missed the whole dang point. It's like the words on the screen were invisible to him. The point of the whole sentence is this: every man will have praise from God.
Including Cain and Abel and all those dead bodies in Noah's flood.
All the naughty ones.
Uh-huh.
The message from Sergeant Eggshells is this: all will not have praise from God unless you deserve praise from God. Because it makes no sense to me that God would be thrilled with that which he himself created.
Oh my God.
Now, I admit that there is not much creativity in man. It's notable that in the scriptures, when the word creator or creative or create is used, it's always in reference to God. Man, I guess, doesn't deserve the word create, creative or creator in the same sentence. Weirder. So JG and his morality police come along with the yardstick and surpass.
Sourpuss.
Oh, sourpuss. And the sourpuss scolds everyone into feeling guilty for not doing the right thing. Now, get this. Every man will have praise from God. Get this. Michelangelo spent 3 to 4 years creating that David statue. And don't you think he was proud of it when it was done? David will have praise from Michelangelo, and those who adore the statue don't know whether to praise the statue or its creator. Look at it. It's beautiful, is the instant off-the-cuff comment. Michelangelo is genius, a great artist. It's the more thoughtful, more mature comment. Did the statue create itself? Is it praiseworthy? Does man create itself with its amazing and awesome free will? Does man make itself praiseworthy with its amazing and awesome free will? Okay, let's give JG a break. Let's say man has a will that is entirely independent and free of the Creator's influence and responsibility. And let's say when Paul says judge not before the time, that Paul knows the only way to judge nothing before the time is with your own so-called free will. That God will not, in fact, help you or hinder you in judging nothing before the time. Okay. And with this awesome free will, man somehow judges nothing before the time. Will that result in all men having praise from God? Or is something else going on here? Let's say some men judge nothing before the time, and others do judge before the time. Will man's half-assed response impede somehow God's grand purpose of complete and perfecting creation to the point to where God himself gives praise to every man? Can man create an impediment to God's operation? Such a laughable question. Man creates nothing. Only God is creator. God creates. We are but creatures. So JG can't see the end of the sentence. He can't see that every man will have praise from God. Why can't he see that? It's right there at the end of the 39th word sentence. Is the sentence too long for JG to comprehend? Should Paul have communicated it in shorter sentences? Just for JG, obviously. Okay, let's break it up into shorter component parts. So 1 Corinthians 4:5 again. Judge nothing before the time. The Lord will bring to light the hidden things of darkness. The Lord will make manifest the counsel of the heart. Then shall every man have praise of God. Perfect. Now even the old eggshell police sergeant can ride along with us in grasping this great and glorious prophecy of God, that every man will have praise from God. But what about my free will? Says the pseudo-Christian Libertarian. The Libertarian says God owes him an apology if God does indeed save all. You see, the reason God owes the Libertarian pseudo-Christian an apology is that the Libertarian could have sinned a whole lot more, but he was keeping himself so pure. It's God to reward him for such good behaviours. Does man have a so-called free will? Does this free will help or hinder God's grand operation? The phrase free will does not sharpen Paul's writings, nor in the New Testament at all. But what does sharp are verses like these. It is not of him that willeth, but of God the merciful. Romans 9:16. God is operating all things after the counsel of his own will. Ephesians 1:11. If Sergeant Eggshells is right, and we all have a will that is not and cannot be dependent on God or influenced by God, so what? Will a prophecy stick? Will every man have praise from God? I say yes and amen. Glorious grace to you. It's early in the morning. God is a wonderful creator. He makes things just right. Michelangelo's okay with his 3-year-old rock project, but just wait until God is finished. Oh my. Creation, subject to vanity, against its will be made perfect as he is perfect. Check it out. Romans 8:20-21, Ephesians 1:10, Colossians 1:20, 1 Corinthians 15:28, Romans 5:18, and Romans 11:36. Rejoice, saints. You have every reason to. There you go.
Thank you.
I've done that little fanfare just for you at the end. All right.
Oh, well done, Will. That was good.
I think I've done well considering it's been nearly 90 degrees and I'm literally pouring with sweating.
It is 90 degrees.
Yeah, the wife just said it is 90 degrees. And that's hot for us, ain't it? In England.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah,
that's
yeah, that
You
is
know?
hot. Yeah.
Yeah. We get excited when it hits 70. Yeah, breaks up the monotony of drizzle and grey clouds.
Yeah, which is,
Which is
probably
you.
not. Yeah.
More so for you, Wild, because you're up north, you see, you get
Yeah.
more drizzle up there.
Yeah, it's just constant drizzle. Like, yeah, 24/7, 365 days a year. It's just constant drizzle. It's not good. Yeah.
So I'm blessed that I live in sunny Essex.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. So JG did a quick hit and run. You said, Ace, did he?
Just in the side chat, yeah.
Oh, was he bringing words of encouragement?
No, he was like pissing on the floor. Not even in the sawdust. It was right there to be mopped up. You know, got to mop it up. Yeah.
So many miserable people. Also.
Wild Heart, the new channel, Wild Heart Resurrected 89.
Yeah, although 69 might be better. So
69 does it for me.
yeah.
Not that I want them to, but I'm surprised that YouTube hasn't been like, this is the same IP address. This guy just keeps making new accounts, because isn't that like against their terms of service? If you get one account canceled, you're not allowed to make a new account. I guess they don't keep track.
Yeah, no, you just make a new Gmail account and then yeah. Which makes me think that they're not bothered about your content or anything. It's just, it must be something to do with money.
But it is.
Yeah.
You don't open up a social media site to go bankrupt, do you?
Yeah.
Money.
Money.
Wild Heart, I don't know if you know this, but that song wasn't originally using the word money. It was originally using the word millet. You ever heard of millet?
No,
It's
is
a
that
grain. It's a
Feed
grain.
folk.
I was gonna guess, is it kind of food stuff? Yeah, millet. Yeah, I have heard of that.
A grain like rice or wheat.
Yeah.
And so they were singing a song about millet.
Yeah. Millet. Yeah, I can believe that, but yeah.
Do people still eat millet?
Yes, they do. Mostly in third world countries. It is actually reasonably healthy compared to what we eat, the wheat and stuff, but mostly budgies.
Is it based on fish? When I think of millet, I think of fish. Is that
No,
just-
Tiny
no,
little
no.
green.
When I think of millet, I think of carburetors.
It's a tiny little seed grain.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah, millet. Yeah. In the
You
50s.
You
The
were thinking,
50s. So,
so you was thinking of thingy, weren't you? The cuttlefish, weren't you?
yeah.
Cuttlefish and
Yeah.
millet. Yeah, yeah.
Millet and colour. Yeah. That's what I was, yeah.
Could somebody answer Monty Burns' question here?
Now, I noticed that in the writing, there was two things. One sentence said, a few times, praise from God, but one of them said praise of God. So those are two different things. But I think they were either, was of supposed to be from in that instance, or were they all supposed to be of? Or was it supposed to be different?
The King James said of. The concordant version said from.
But can we discuss a basic, with all the translations?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if one says of and one says which one, how do you know which one to go to? Do you have to look into the translators and what was the kind of methodology, and do you know what I mean? What?
Do you have a lazy meter to measure your own laziness? Or if you're lazy, just use any version you can get.
No, but I mean,
if you're actually curious as to what are the
Yeah.
possibilities of translation, you can grab a couple of different translations. If you are even more curious, you can do a little bit of Greek homework or use a concordance and come to some new conclusions yourself.
Yeah, but I'm saying, is there an actual correct answer?
There's a relative correct answer because the Concordant Literal New Testament has a model that says one English word should be representative of only one Greek word. It's just a model.
Yeah. So it's the best. It's like science. It's the best model we have to explain.
That is, if you're kind of lazy and you want a consistent translation. If you want to do your homework, you could actually learn the Greek and read the Greek New Testament for yourself. So how
Yeah.
lazy are you?
I'm very lazy. I'm not going to
All
do
right, there we go.
Yeah. No, not because I'm lazy. It's people have done
Oh,
that.
you could get the Bible as a graphic novel.
Yeah, but I'm saying people have done that. People have learned the Greek and learned the
Or
Hebrew.
you could just watch the Bible on that 2-hour movie.
Yeah, I'm just saying people have learned the Greek, learned the Hebrew, learned the Aramaic, and they still can't agree. So what's the point?
So what's the point?
Yeah.
We're all just guessing, right? We hold beliefs. We base it, even if we're gonna read the one that rings as true as we feel, and we're gonna keep that one,
Well, all right. So you brought this. You launched this topic. What's the difference between from God and of God?
Okay, so from God to me means that it is actually from Him to you, to others, right? He's externalizing it. If it's of God, that means it is something about God, or maybe even giving to God, but it's not from God. It's from another source to God, or of God, or explaining God, or
could those like two prepositional phrases cross over and be inclusive or partially inclusive of one another?
Let's put it in a
of.
sentence where from is usually used. Can you think of a sentence where I am?
He's from Texas, and then he's of Texas.
I mean, I guess in that case, it kind of works as the same thing, but like, I guess I think of from as specifically from one to another, and a thing that's being given praise, right? But when you say of God, praise of God, I feel like you're praising God, not that God's praising you. That's just an impression, and I don't know if that's right or not.
Well, could it still have depth and multiple layers of meaning?
Sure.
Does it have to be like communicating with an Asperger's guy or Rain Man? Do we have to talk to Rain Man all the time?
Sorry, I kind of turn into Rain Man sometimes.
Sorry, I can't help but think that was directed towards me.
There's like a few.
All of you guys are Rain Man. I'm the only one who's not Rain Man here in this county.
Because you're not the one like deeply analyzing it and saying like, does it mean this or that, or could it mean that, or is it true at all?
I write this shit to, I spend at least an hour a day writing this shit, deeply analyzing it.
Well, not okay, but not with skepticism, right? Or questioning like whether or not it's real or true. Like you don't write about it that way. I think you're coming from a different angle.
Instead of whether or not it's real or true, I'm saying, wow, look at how beautiful this is. Let's plumb the depths of it. From God, of God. Oh, yeah. Count me in.
I mean, I guess if it doesn't get in the way of your appreciation of it, whether or not it's true, then I don't see any issue with that personally.
Well, why would one preposition make the other preposition untrue?
Do you mean the whole of and from thing?
That you brought it up.
Yeah, I know. It's just
to say let's throw the whole damn thing away because we can't make up our mind whether it's from or of.
Okay, if I say this gift
is from Texas. This gift is of Texas. Cool, but they both have meaning.
So
that wouldn't necessarily exclude the other meaning.
Is anybody else going to chime in on those thoughts?
All right, so
like whether it's the same thing or not, or like can be applied the same way.
You guys in the side chat, type a 1 in if you are Rain Man. Type a 2 in if you're driving the car.
No, I'm kind of. I think I might be autistic, but I'm not Rain Man in that he had an actual useful skill. Playing cards, and yeah, I don't have that ability. I think I'm kind of Rain Man without the good abilities.
Yeah, well, somebody has to drive the damn car, even though Rain Man says, I can drive. I can drive. I can drive a car.
Hey, I used to love driving a stick shift because it was all this it had to be, in my mind, perfect in how the transitions worked and the gear systems and all that stuff. So to me, like I sort of merged with the car, and drove in that mind space of like, being one with the car, sort of make it so that no shift was ever rough and, all that stuff. Of course, I screwed up sometimes, but I tried really hard.
Look at Pope Socks. He's got all these umbrellas. When I was a young man, if there was one autistic fellow in town, everybody knew it. But now autism is everywhere. Can't walk around the block without bumping into 4 autistic people.
Well, but then there's like some overlap here because like I don't know if I have any. My sister seems to think that I was or have been or is autistic because of some things that she saw in my childhood. And from maybe some behaviors now, but I also have ADHD and I have a form of OCD. So it's like those all have overlapping symptoms. You know what I mean? So I don't know where I fall in all
Right.
that.
So could, from, and of overlap.
Of course they do. You know, like if you say this gift
Yeah.
is of Ace, this gift is from Ace. See, okay, but like one just says it's okay. So here's my weird little particular thing here. From
Mm.
is giving it. It feels like it's giving it to someone, but of is like it's like this is the origin of it.
Well, and
I
also
guess it could be applied the same.
keep in mind that this is a translation from the Greek, and the Greek doesn't have prepositional phrases. They have cases. Do you know what that is? It's the verb
Never
and
heard of
or the noun in the dative case would be to. When it's in the genitive case, we in English would say of. But
I have a question.
they indicate relations with the case of the verb or the noun.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question.
It's a tough thing to translate. So why are you going to throw away the whole goddamn Bible just because one says of and the other says from, and we can't have such contradictions here? It's just useless. No, I don't want to hear any more.
I didn't say throw away the Bible.
Sorry, can I ask a question? If you believe that,
actually, Wildheart, if I may teach you English, it's may I ask a question? See, if you want my permission, you say may. If you have the ability, you say can. So if you say can I ask a question? Yeah, you have that ability.
All right.
You're from England, right? Don't you want to learn English?
Yeah, but what if I
You're
say
autistic, right? Don't you want to get everything correct?
Yeah. What if I say might I ask you a question? Is that correct? Might I ask you a question?
Would you be willing to pray to change the of to from, or all of the froms to of? Would it feel the same to you when you read through it?
No, you'd have to check the case in the Greek of the New Testament, because there's the dative case and there's the genitive case, and there's a couple of other cases. So you'd want to harmonize the cases, and if it's, you would assign each case an English equivalent preposition so that you can kind of follow along and get the rhythm of the translation.
But my question was going to be, do you believe that there's the Bible comes from God? Do you believe that there's one specific translation? Because only one translation can be correct if it comes from God.
That's not true.
Okay, explain why.
If I send you a message that says I love you,
yeah,
what message do you get?
I love you.
Yeah, and what else?
That's it. That was the exact message. But if there were 6,000, I'm just guessing at the number, different translations of the Bible, they all can't be the perfect word of God.
I don't care.
Okay.
Use whatever translation tickles your fancy.
But that's not objective. That's.
I know that's not autistic enough for you, huh?
Yeah.
Well, why have different translations if the translations don't matter? Like if it's like if it's just pick your favorite, it just seems like
this is
it's
a
close
conversation.
enough.
It's a conversation I'm having with two autistic people. I don't care what translation you use.
Okay.
But don't come over here and tell me to throw the whole goddamn thing out the window just because you find fault with it.
I didn't say that.
No, that wasn't the question.
You're talking about me. Hold on just a second. You're talking about me. I said that if you're not willing to look at the text, why use it at all? So that's what I said. You're a little bent out of shape about it. I can leave, but it was a real suggestion. If parts of it are disposable, what parts are worth keeping?
And Will, I wasn't talking about you actually. It was a genuine question that I had, but that's fine.
Ace knows what I'm talking about. He knows what he's upset about and who said it. I said it. I said if you're not going to use the text or look at it, you should just toss it out. It's not because I don't think there's a chance it's correct. I just haven't seen it. Maybe you could show me.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. Sorry, I'll mute. So. Oh, that's unfair. Did you just kick him or did you just leave?
I did not.
Oh, that's fair. If he just left. Yeah.
I didn't kick him, so don't blame me.
No, I'm not blaming you. I just didn't know. Yeah.
So you can go to the Greek and see what case this is related to God. Is it from God or is it of God? I mean, can we find some consistency, or maybe, because in translating anything from any language to any language, you've got to be somewhat consistent, and also you have to accommodate the idiom of the language that you're translating it into, because English idiom, what does it mean? What is idiom? Idiosyncrasies. English idiosyncrasies are different than Greek idiosyncrasies.
But
We're just doing the best we can with the tools we have from God, of God. They both might work, You get.
But that is my point. If you believe there is one true translation,
I do not believe there is one true translation. So knock it off. I don't believe there is one true translation.
That's fine.
I have been blessed by the King James. I have been blessed by the New American Standard.
So you're saying that God
is on this channel. I prefer the Concordant Literal New Testament because there is a consistency, a rare consistency in the Concordant Literal New Testament, and it's a translation that kind of pisses off the fundamentalists, and that's one thing I want to do, is piss off the fundamentalists.
I'm all for. Yeah. The point I was trying to make is, if it is inspired by God, there must be one correct inspired by God translation.
I don't know that there is one. Every translation is a translation.
And I'm saying that is a problem.
Well, what would you know about it? Have you made a translation?
No, I'm
why
saying,
don't you make one, and then you can straighten it all out.
Just logically thinking about it. If God is giving his perfect word to man, there must be one. I
never said that.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just making a point.
Who are you? Go argue with somebody else then.
I'm not arguing with anyone. I'm just trying to make a point as to what I think. If God has given his perfect word to man, which most Christians, and I'm not including you in this, most Christians believe they have, then there must be one perfect. There can only be one perfect translation. All the others must be false in some way. So I'm saying, for Christians out there, how do you know that your translation is the perfect translation?
I did put in a private chat, I don't know if anyone read it, just something that might help a bit. Because the way translations are translated, you have word for word, you have dynamic equivalents, you have so many different types of translations. So I just thought that would help.
Yeah, I mean, so.
Like Shakespeare's writings, all right, Old English, adapt them into New English, the same thing, same meaning, but the lingo is different.
Yeah, but that would exclude it from being perfect. It wouldn't be a perfect translation. That's what I'm saying. There cannot be a perfect translation because it's from 3 different languages: the original Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic. So there cannot be a perfect English translation.
Oh my God. Why didn't we all know this before David showed up? Have mercy. July 1st, 2025? Man, we didn't figure this stuff out until you sat in Manchester and told us.
I'm just asking for a refutation to my argument. That isn't one.
Nobody says there's a perfect translation. I don't know anybody who says that.
I do. Like KJV onlyists. Any KJV onlyists said that is the perfect translation. I know what's.
And even they are picky about what they apply from the KJV.
Yeah, the 1917 versus the 1914 or whatever it is. Yeah.
And none of those guys chop off their hand and pluck out their eye.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm just bringing up a point. I'm not trying to argue necessarily with anyone. It's just.
All right, let's go ahead. Can you bring up? Let's see. It's 1 minute after the top of the hour. In the next hour, can you bring up like 800 more points?
Oh, that will be a lot of work. I'm very lazy, as we've already established. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably not. But I'm just giving my thoughts. There's no reason why anyone should be angry at me.
Of course.
Yeah, but you're just bringing up your thoughts and what you believe, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just bringing up my thoughts and what I think, and everyone gets a bit pissy about it. I don't understand. No, I'm playing the victim. That was very much me playing the victim. Yeah. I do understand. I know. But who is Terry?
Say hi, Terry.
Hey, Wildheart.
Yeah, how's it going?
Good. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. Can't complain, but I often do.
I have my on mute. There's vacuuming going on that started up, so I figure you guys don't want to hear the vacuuming.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Although, not to take over the channel because that is not my job. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, but we do want to hear your thoughts and opinions. So if you do want to speak at this time. Plus, on a tangential point, like I mix with a lot of different people on the internet, mainly about religious discussion and that. And you can't keep all the people happy all the time. Do you know what I mean? If I agree with one person, then another person will just. But that's a me thing. Sorry. Yeah. Just all I can say is what I think, and then people can agree or disagree.
All right, so I guess we lost Halsey. I will show you what a pain in the ass communication is, right? You ready?
Yeah.
A few years ago, I got one of those spam emails, and it managed to get through my spam filter. I'm not quite sure how, but it's turned up in my inbox, and it was from a guy called Solomon Odonka. I know. It went like this. It said, hello, James Veach. I have an interesting business proposal I want to share with you, Solomon. Now, my hand was kind of hovering on the delete button. I was looking at my phone. I thought I could just delete this, or I could do what I think we've all always wanted to do. And I said, Solomon, your email intrigues me. And the game was afoot. He said, dear James Veach, we shall be shipping gold to you. You will earn 10% of any gold you distribute. So I knew I was dealing with a professional. I said, how much is it worth? He said, we will start with a smaller quantity. I was like, ah. And then he said, of 25 kilograms. The worth should be about 2.5 million. I said, Solomon, if we're going to do it, let's go big. I can handle it. How much gold do you have? He said, it's not a matter of how much gold. How much is you're capable of handling? What? We can start with 50 kilograms as a trial shipment. I said, 50 kilograms? There's no point doing this at all unless you're shipping at least a metric ton. So what do you do for a living? I said, I'm a hedge fund executive bank manager. This isn't the first time I've shipped bullion, my friend. No, no, no. Then I started to panic. I was like, look, where are you based? I don't know about you, but I think we're going via the postal service. It ought to be signed for. Right, that's a lot of gold. He said, it will not be easy to convince my company to do a larger quantity shipment. And I said, Solomon, I'm completely with you on this one. I'm putting together a visual for you to take into the board meeting. Hold tight. This is what I sent Solomon. I don't know if we have any statisticians in the house, but there's definitely something going on. I said, Solomon, attach this email, you'll find a helpful chart. I've had one of my assistants run the numbers. We need to be shipping as much gold as possible. There's always a moment where they try to tug your heartstrings, and this was it for Solomon. He said, I will be so much happier if the deal goes well, because I'm going to get a very good commission as well. And I said, that's amazing. What are you going to spend your cut on? And he said, on real estate, what about you? I thought about it for a long time. And I said one word, hummus. It's going places. I was in Sainsbury's the other day, and there are like 30 different varieties. Also, you can cut up carrots, and you can dip them. Have you ever done that? Solomon! He said, I have to go to bed now. Till tomorrow. Have sweet dreams. I didn't know what to say. I said, bonsoir, my golden nugget. Bonsoir. Guys, you have to understand, this has been going for like weeks, albeit hitherto the greatest weeks of my life, but I had to knock it on the head. It was getting a bit out of hand. Friends were saying to me, James, do you want to come out for a drink? I was like, I can't, mate. I'm expecting an email about some gold. You know? So I figured I had to knock it on the head. I had to take it to a ridiculous conclusion. So I thought I concocted a plan. I said, look, Solomon, I'm concerned about security. When we email each other, we need to use a code. And he agreed. And I said, Solomon, I spent all night coming up with this code. We need to use it in all further correspondence. Lawyer. Gummy bear. Bank, cream egg. Legal, fizzy cola bottle, claim peanut M&Ms, documents, jelly beans, Western Union. Guys, a giant gummy lizard. I knew these were all words they use, right? I said, please call me Kit Kat, and all further correspondence. I didn't hear back. I thought, I've gone too far. I've gone too far. So I had to backpedal a little bit. I said, look, Solomon, is the deal still on? Kit Kat. Because you have to be consistent. Then I did get an email back from him. He said, the business is on, I'm trying, blah, 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 blah. I said, dude, you have to use the code. What followed is the greatest email I've ever received. I'm not joking. This is what turned up in my inbox. This was a good day. The business is on. And I'm trying to raise the balance for the gummy bear. So he can submit all the needed Fizzy-Cola bottle jelly beans to the cream egg for the peanut M&M's process to start. Send £1,500 via a giant gummy lizard. And that was so much fun, right? That it got me thinking, like, what would happen if I just spent as much time as I could replying to as many scam emails as I could? And that's what I've been doing for 3 years on your behalf. Yeah. Let me tell you, crazy stuff happens when you start replying to scam emails. It's really difficult, and I highly recommend we do. I don't think what I'm doing is mean, right? There are a lot of people out there who do mean things to scammers. I don't think what I'm doing. All I think I can do all I'm doing is wasting their time. Right? And I think any time they're spending with me is time they're not spending scamming vulnerable adults out of their savings, right? If you're going to do this, and I highly recommend you do, get yourself a pseudonymous email address. Don't use your own email address, because that's exactly what I was doing at the start, and it was a nightmare. Because, I'd wake up in the morning and have like 1,000 emails about penis enlargements, only one of which was a legitimate response to a medical question. But I tell you what, though, guys, any day is a good day. Any day is a good day if you receive an email that begins like this. I am Winnie Mandela, the second wife of Nelson Mandela, the former South African president. I was like, oh, that Winnie Mandela. I know so many. I need to transfer $45 million out of the country because of my husband Nelson's health condition. Let that sink in. She sent me this, which is hysterical. And this looks fairly legitimate. This is a letter of authorization, but to be honest, if there's nothing written on it, it's just a shape. I said, Winnie, I'm really sorry to hear of this. Given that Nelson died 3 months ago, I describe his health condition as that's the worst health condition you can have, not being alive. She said, kindly comply with my banker's instructions. One love. I said, of course, no woman, no cry. She said, my banker would need transfer of $3,000. One love. I said, no problemo. I shall share it. Thank you.
So that would be a case for a fort Bible translation.
Yeah. So I guess it's just you and me, Bill. We kind of like the Word of God, and the guys who choke on it have disappeared at the moment, but they come back. Just throw the whole thing out the window. How come God sent 2 bears to kill 40 young men? That doesn't make any sense.
I kind of look at it as God's God, and he kind of does what he wants, really.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to send bears to kill them little shits, from mocking the prophet, so be it.
Yeah, well, he hasn't stopped. I mean, bears are still killing people. No complaints about it happening in Montana, just in the Bible.
What are you looking for, Ace?
There's an old TED talk I remember from some guy who got a text message that was missent to him. It wasn't meant to be sent to him, so he played along. It was pretty funny, and I thought it would be apropos to show you that that it's a damn wonder we can communicate at all. But it was years ago, and I don't remember what the title was. Maybe this is it.
A while ago, I got a text message that was not meant for me. And I know that because it began, "Hi, Phil." And I'm not Phil. But it said, "My name's Andrew. I'm one of the new tenants at 11 Dover Place, and I've been told you're the person to contact regarding upkeep problems, etc." And I was like, obviously got the wrong number. So I was like, I'm not actually, but I was just composing another message explaining to him the fact that he got the number wrong by a digit, and I was not, in fact, his landlord. But before I had a chance to send it, he said, "Actually, you are." I thought, you dick. He said, "According to the leasing agreement, you're responsible for looking after 11 Dover Place from a maintenance perspective." And from my perspective, which it has to be said is not one of maintenance, there was nothing I could do. My hands were tied. I said, "My mistake. How can I help? Phil." And we were off. He said, "I'm in the bedroom with ensuite. Can a thermostatic valve be fitted at the towel rail in the bathroom as it's making the room unbearably hot?" And I thought about it. I started to get myself into Phil's shoes. Do you know what I mean? And I said, "No can do." But I'm having my builder come round on Wednesday to remove one of the windows. This should stop the bedroom overheating. He said, "Hi, Phil, I'm at work on Wednesday. Can you clarify what you meant when you said you're removing a window?" I said, "I'm not removing a window. That would be ridiculous. I'm getting a professional to do it." We should achieve a nice summer breeze to combat the towel rail heat. He said, can you please explain what you mean about removing windows? Now, at this point, guys, if you were Andrew, I think you'd probably be wondering quite correctly whether I was indeed Phil. But I didn't want him to think that, because by this point, guys, I had plans. So what I wanted was some evidence. So what I did is I went to Google. Google's amazing, because the first thing I did when I popped in the address was it popped up a little realtor's page for 11 Dover Place. And that happened to include a floor plan. And I thought, wow, that is very useful. Because that enabled me to send him this. I said, look, the plan for Wednesday, watch very carefully. I made that into an animated GIF, and I sent it to him via iMessage. What I didn't realize at the time was if you make an animated GIF and you send it to someone, it just basically repeats. So this is what happened. It was just like, he said, I fail to see how that would help. And to be fair, I realized he was right, because you don't remember from physics. You know, at school, you need a blue, and you also need a red. You know what I mean? So like, obviously, I had like kind of a, you know, like, you know what I mean? But then again, I was like, I said, FYI, to take full advantage, you need to keep your bathroom door open at all times. He said, if this is unacceptable, if you do this on Wednesday, my lawyer will be in touch. And I thought, ooh. I said, Andrew, from Wednesday, expect the flat to be out of action for 6 weeks as we initiate the following 4-step plan. I was having literally the greatest time of my life. Step 1, remove all 4 walls. And that's just step 1. Step 2, expand bathroom. Step 3, isolate towel rail within refrigeration dome. Step 4, counteract remaining towel rail heat with tower of ice. I've just spoken to the real landlord, so you can knock it off. I said, no problem. Out of interest, did he agree to sort the towel rail? I said, go on, did he? Yes.
That was actually quite funny.
Yeah.
Build an ark.
Yeah. So if the Bible doesn't make sense, just throw it all out. That's all. Yeah, that'll solve the problem. Are you willing to do that, Bill? If the Bible doesn't make sense, you just throw it out the window.
No, because I would generally think it's me not making sense of what the Bible's saying, not what the Bible's trying to say to me. I look at the other perspective. Yeah. I think there's a verse in Job regarding that. Let me think. Let me get my brain working for a second.
Okay.
Just work occasionally.
Yeah, just throw it all away. Makes no sense. If God really is God, he'd make sense to me. That's what. Yeah.
Yeah, it was right. And Paul hints on it a little bit later. So Job 11:7 says, "Canst thou by searching find out God? Canst thou find out the Almighty under perfection?" And he goes on, that his ways are higher than our ways, and then Paul obviously says in Romans, he says in Romans 11:33, he says, "Oh, the depth of the riches of the wisdom and knowledge of God! How unsearchable are his judgments, and his ways past finding." So, and there's also, because it does say it, you know, it's for God to conceal a matter and for kings to reveal. You know, you've got to do due diligence. You know, don't.
So what you're saying indirectly is that I'm a king.
Well, I suppose, yeah, we are in that sense. We are. We all are in that sense. In our position in Christ. But that's how I look at it. It's not that the Bible is full of contradictions, and I think it's just us not understanding that sometimes, you know, God encourages us to dig a bit deeper. You know? That's what I think, anyway.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you.
Mm.
I don't want to throw the whole thing away.
No,
I just want to kind of like go through it slowly and see if I can find some thrill. Because I found a lot of the scriptures to be thrilling.
Yeah.
Especially like that verse that says, every man will have praise from God. Breathtaking.
I did do a series on that, didn't I? A while back, you know, when I fell out with Andy, ages and ages ago, when he had his moment.
Who?
Andy, this was last year.
Yeah.
When we had a little bit of a fallout, and he was struggling with things. You know, he brought up a whole list of supposed Bible contradictions, and I answered them, showing they weren't contradictions.
Yeah.
You know, there's just that the same story was taken a different snippet from the same story by two different people. Same story,
right?
But you know, people see things differently.
And in different conversations, you'll make different points. You'll make different emphasis.
Yeah.
Because somebody, I mean, every conversation brings out different things depending on what you think a fellow needs to hear or is able to hear.
Yeah. Not even the account of the crucifixion. Same event, but the way it was obviously translated, who authored it, saw things differently.
Mm-hmm.
Same event. You know, obviously one emphasis was on the obviously the criminals, you know, and the thief on the cross, and the other event is more concerned with like the prophetic thingy of you know, tearing asunder his clothing. That's all the same event is what I'm saying, but a different perspective or a different angle from that same event, and that's what you see oftentimes in the Bible. There's no contradiction in my person. And boys, it's still hot here. Yeah. I might even have to start beer o'clock early.
Oh, yeah.
At this rate, yeah.
Because it's hot.
Because it's so hot, yeah. Got to keep hydrated.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's get out of here. I enjoyed writing the little essay and pointing out that JG is just so cute. He's got a free will. Did you know that? JG has a free will.
Yeah.
And God just cannot influence his will.
So I'm looking at Doxon for Jesus comment.
Oh, yeah.
He said, I will trade £2 of millet for 2 bowls of tobacco.
What a deal.
Yeah. Okay.
Are they soup bowls or
Well, yeah, this is it. I want to know what size bowls they are.
right.
Yeah. Is it going to be metric or imperial?
Mm-hmm.
That makes a difference.
Oh yeah, I should exit stage right. And a pipe bowl. I'll put in the invitation here. After show link. Come in right now while we're still available. Thanks for stopping by. Give me a thumbs up and leave a nice comment. Grace to you. Bye for now.
Death was everywhere, and no one was sure how it started. Some said it was a kind of Legionnaire's disease, but others had more conspiratorial theories. Germ warfare, terrorists. The rumors were endless and terrifying. I helped in the emergency field hospitals as much as I could. There were so many people that needed help. At first they came in by the hundreds, and then by the thousands. Military personnel were working around the clock trying to control the chaos in ways that no one really wanted.